p.m. Tuesday, June 24, 2025. I call this regular meeting of the Kingsland Independent School District to order. We will have roll call. Joe Mireles here. Ryan Kufal. Here. Martin Chapa. Here. David Garcia. Here. Jacob Perez. Here. Delma Salinas.
Here.
Joseph Reese here. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present, and this meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code, Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. We move to a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
This meeting will be video streamed. We move to item 4, adoption of the agenda. I want to adopt the agenda, but I want to, been requested by Mo Casey, if they can move to the end of the agenda item. So the exception would be moving item 7B, swapping item 7B and 7G. So we will discuss the memorandum of understanding to 7B.
So moved, Mr. President.
Motion made by David Garcia,
Second.
second by Joe Mireles. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to public participation. Do we have anyone that wishes to address the board? With no one wishing to address the board, we'll move on to item number 6, communication and administration. Item 6A, superintendent's update, going over the following instructional calendar for 25-26, can be found on pages 3 through 4. Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, thank you so much. We have had 2 minor changes in our instructional calendar. We have moved convocation, which was originally set for July 28th to August 7th. And the second change was we removed Meet the Teacher just from the detailed list notated on the side of our August activities. Do we have any questions with those changes? Thank you so much.
Now moving on to item number 2, E-rate update, can be found on page 5. Dr. Gloria Garcia.
Good evening, Superintendent Gama Garcia, President Reese, and members of the board. I am here to discuss the E-rate award for this year. We were awarded a total of $85,119.95, which of that is 85% is reimbursable to the district. And so we will be reimbursed $72,351. And our out-of-pocket estimate is $12,767 for this year's projects.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, moving on to item number 3, STAR preliminary data for 2025, and be found on pages 6 through 26. Dr. Ada Vesanayes and Mrs. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Gama Garcia, members of the board. So yes, Ms. Tanya Williams and I will be co-presenting this part of the presentation. So we will begin. That is the wrong color. Yes.
Oh, you're right, it is. My bad.
Sorry. I saw the name up there.
No, that applies.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, sir. So we will begin presenting the preliminary results from our STAR and EOC. Ms. Williams?
So when looking at the data, sometimes it can be a little bit confusing because when you see the percentages, the first thing you think is, how come this doesn't add up to 100%, right? Ideally, what you want to see is 300% because you want 100% of your students to hit approaches, meets, and masters. So when you look at the data, our 100% of students is calculated within the did not meet and the approaches category. And that serves the same for the number of students that we have listed on the bottom. That is the same methodology, which is it builds upon the previous category, and so you will not necessarily just get 100%. And so the previously shared data is the preliminary data. The approaches, meets, and masters calculations that you received prior to what you are seeing now was calculated individually rather than the consolidated format that they use in order to calculate our accountability grades.
I also failed to mention that we do have our building principals in the house, even though they're all on summer break. They wanted to come and also participate as a shared in some of the work that will be going on next year. So I'd like to review the highlights, the milestones, and the learning experiences. This year, results bring increases in the following areas. In reading, 3 through 8th grade, we had an increase of 10%. The Reading Academy teachers saw growth in 36 of the 51 students they served when compared to last year's STAR data scores, which are 4th and 5th grades. Mr. Kuma?
Increase 10% of what?
In the approaches category.
Yeah, in the approaches category.
Okay.
So the third bullet is the science. 5th and 8th grade increased by 15% in the same category. We also gleaned from the data that departmentalization allowed for key staff to concentrate on science hands-on experience, which helped with the increase in science. The biology as well increased by 2%. Hands-on activities and focus on academic vocabulary have proven to be successful in biology. In this area, I can definitely share with you that the biology teachers were excited. They were able to purchase frogs this year and really get the students in labs for the dissection of frogs and so forth. Another,
Dr. Osman,
Yes, sir.
quick question. So, are there any other examples other than the frogs? I mean, how is that measurable, hands-on activities?
hands-on activities besides the frogs were the implementation of labs. In our biology classrooms, we do have the labs, and of course, the husband and wife biology team shared with us that not only did they use the curriculum, but they also increased the academic vocabulary that was shared with students through every lesson, along with an increase in the participation of students in participating in hands-on lab activities. I mentioned the frogs because I believe they had not used that in a while, and they were really excited we were able to support them in that. Next, another really highlighted milestone is the increase in our CCMR and graduation rates. They have increased over the past 3 years. CCMR last year was 83, which will be included in this year's accountability calculations because it is a lagging indicator. This year's graduation rate was 85%. Last year was 83, and the year prior was 79. So we are really excited to see the increases in graduation rates and the CCMR rates. Our instructional focus, of course, besides continuing to see growth in all of these areas, is our math and our social studies, where we see the most critical areas of need. I know most of us here and you all as well respectively follow a lot of the TEA and social media. And we know that TEA published an article on 6/18 and recaptured from the TEA from the state level that the reading has improved across the state. However, math did drop, particularly in grades 5 and 7, which we as well are seeing the significant drops in those areas. And we'll discuss what we're doing about that shortly.
A quick question. So, Brian asked about reading, and that was approaches, correct? So I'm assuming science and biology were also in the approaches?
Yes.
Were there any improvements in the meets and masters?
Yes, sir, we're gonna break down every campus by all of the different sections, the needs monsters.
Alrighty, so now to get into the data itself, starting with third grade STAR reading. We have the comparison from last year to this year. What I do want to highlight is in the did not meet category, if you see the negatives are in green, that's what we want to see. We want to see the drop in the did not meet category, which is why that negative number is highlighted in green. Also, at the bottom of that, in the growth chart, the number of students, you are going to see a negative or loss of students with that. That does not necessarily mean that they performed worse. What you're seeing is there was also a change in either enrollment, a decline in enrollment, or the number of students tested. And so just because there's a decrease in the number of students doesn't necessarily mean that they performed worse. I think our focus needs to be on the percentages itself, because that's more telling to how the students actually performed. And so district-wide, when we look at third grade reading, we saw a decrease and did not meet of 8%, which is great. An 8% increase in approaches, 3% in meets, and 5% in masters. When we look at Harvey, we saw a decrease. Yes,
Can we stop there?
yes, sir.
Okay. So 177 students took this test.
Correct.
63 were meets or above.
Correct.
So I consider that a pass. So if 177 took it, 63 passed, 114 students failed.
No, sir. Approaches is also considered passed. The approaches category.
Which is what?
That's the approaches. You'll see 4 different categories. Did not meet.
No, I get it, I
Okay.
get it.
Uh-huh.
So what are we?
Approaching grade level. But
If
STAR.
they're not on grade level, can that be considered a win?
It's considered passing in STAR rates. Is that what we want to consider a ring? Being completely honest, no, we want to see them in meets and masters.
Okay.
But it is considered, as far as the student itself, they are considered passed if they meet approaches.
Let me put it this way. Back probably 2020, 2021, there was a House bill that came out, I think it was House Bill 3 or House Bill 5 or something. We were required to set goals. And our goals at that time was by the year 2025, 50% of our third graders would be on meets and above. So we didn't meet that goal, did we?
No, sir.
That's all.
Yes, sir. And so, I apologize. Okay, so moving on to Harvey, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category. They decreased by 24%. They saw a 24% increase in their approaches, a 22% in their meets, and a 6% in their masters. Bettis Elementary, we saw an increase in our did not meet category by 5%. We also saw a decline in our approaches category by 5%, a decline by 14% in our meets, and our increase of 7% in our masters. In Harold Elementary, we saw an increase in our did not meet category by 7%. We saw a decrease by 7% in our approaches, a decrease by 8% in our meets, and a decrease by 1% in our masters.
Question.
Yes, sir.
All right, and it just, I'm not picking on anybody, but let's pick a campus, let's say here. You got 49 students that tested. I'm assuming that's 2 or 3 classrooms. 3?
One. It's one teacher that is responsible for all of third grade.
Okay, so we got 1 teacher, and there's 14 students that have met or above. 35 students who haven't reached grade level. That teacher is able to identify those specific students, correct?
Yes, well, they can track them and have an idea of Tanya's not on
No,
grade level.
But the result of this STAR test, they know who met level.
Oh, yes,
and
yes,
who did.
yes, sir.
Do they ever see the test?
Yes, sir, the test is also available online.
Okay, so I'm assuming in reading, we're reading a passage and then answering some questions about that passage. Correct? Maybe some vocabulary
Yeah.
words and stuff. I guess my question is, as a principal or as an instructional leader, what does this say to you? And what do you do with it?
Dr. De Leon?
I know what it tells me, but what does it tell you?
Good evening, Board President and board members. Dr. Kufal, Mr. Kufal, so looking at the information that's being presented and going to your question, so what does this mean to me as a principal, as the instructional leader of the campus, is one, is what I have been looking at the data. And so we know what we're performing, we know how many students are in approaches that meets and masters. So why are we still scoring, where we are? So what I have done is I have gone and I'm digging a little bit deeper. And so I have gone, right now, we do not have information as to how our students performed in the standards, state standards for TEKS. We do have reporting categories. So for reading, we have 2 reporting categories. The first reporting category tells us how students are answering questions in regards to the different genres that they're reading, different skills like main idea, sequential order, those types of author's point of view. But the other reporting category too, that has to do with the writing part, how students are responding to literature. So the reading test, it doesn't comprise only of responding to comprehension, right? It also, our students are now required to respond to literature. In addition to that, not only are they responding to literature about, they're given different writing prompts, but they're also are being tested in grammar, mechanics, right, conventions and so forth. So that's what I'm looking at right now. So where are our students performing in these reporting categories? And as soon as we get the detailed data as far as the TEKS, the state standards, then we dig a little bit deeper, which we have been doing on my campus. After every assessments, we look at, we do DDI, which is our data-driven instruction, and we look at where our students are performing, what the standards are having difficulty in, and so that is what we're doing. When we come back, we will meet with teachers. We've already been in communication. They know where their students stand as far as the STAR results, and so they are cognizant in regards to what are our next steps. So as the instructional leader, that is what I do. We have to look at the data a little bit deeper, and until we get those details, are we then able to, move forward.
When do we get that data?
As far as the breakdown of the test and the TEKS, right now that is available to the campuses in Eduphoria.
We just came out.
Yes,
It just-
yes, and so in Eduphoria, they will be able to see which questions they missed the most, which TEK it was, and then the actual question itself.
So it is there already.
Yes, sir.
Do we go back and look at benchmarks and see where we hit, where we missed, what was right, what was wrong? Are benchmarks like beneficial, were they not beneficial?
Yes, Mr. Kufal, that is something that we are data-driven campuses. And that was something that I was in discussion with Mrs. Williams this afternoon in that, looking at what are our next steps. So if we're going to be providing assessments or administering assessments to students, we need to continue to look at our data results and seeing exactly where students are, where their weaknesses are so that we can continue to address that. And that's what our teachers do. They look at the performing teams, where they are performing low, and that's where they address them in small group instruction, in reading, math, and in science as well. And then we move forward. But we do look at our benchmarks because we have one in the fall. And so from there, we look at how our students perform and where our students are still needing that support so that when they do take that second benchmark in February, okay, so now how do we expect that growth to be there? And then we have time again between the benchmark and STAR. And so now that we have STAR results, that's another area that I'm also working, is looking deeper. Okay, so now we have all this data. We're looking now, so say for example, our fourth graders, they have data for third grade, right? So that is information that is very important to look at because we look at how students performed in third grade and how much did they grow.
And they did.
Yes, they did.
When you look at third grade from this year and you look at fourth grade from this year, third grade from last year and fourth grade from this year, there is some growth there.
Yes, sir, and they're also, I'm sorry.
That says to me that the money we spent on reading specialists and that we've done, that it at least, it's not huge growth, but at least they're keeping up and not sliding. And to me, and that's why I want to make it clear, I'm not beating on anyone. But this third grade STAR is the most important measure to me of any. Because if we're missing by third grade, and if we don't have these students on meets and above, how in the world are they going to perform the next 9 years?
Absolutely, Mr. Kufal. So there is also research that also states that if our students are not on grade level by third grade, so those gaps get bigger and it's really hard for us to catch them up. So we are in agreement with what you are stating. And so we're not only looking, as the instructional leader of my campus, I'm not only right now looking at what are we going to do to address our testing grade levels, but also how are we going to continue to support our lower grades because they do provide those foundational skills, and it is important for them to begin, enter third grade reading on grade level because that is, reading is going to affect not only our reading, but it's also going to affect our math.
If you can't read the question, how can you get around it?
Yes, sir.
Are reading specialists, are they working in first and second grade too, in kindergarten?
Yes, sir, they are. They're working in first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And in the future slides, we'll tell you the amount of students that were served this year and what the data is reflecting. But you're absolutely correct that the Reading Academy teachers that we put into this year, which was one of our priorities, did a significant amount of work at all of our elementary campuses, and we definitely want to continue that. I just want to add, I'm glad Dr. Dillon came up here to share and break it down a little bit, because yes, reading is just not the passage and answering the questions the way prior STAR results, testing used to be. But that's just one measure. We are excited that the new program that we have at our elementaries is bringing in Renaissance, which is Save the Children. So the Renaissance program will also identify all the groups of students, not only in third, but second and first, and then be able to provide that very strategic, laser-focused assistance for reading and math.
Good,
And
because
so-
that was my next question. So
Yes,
what are
sir.
we doing in first and kindergarten and
Yes.
second
Yes,
to
sir.
identify
Yes.
students who are not on
Yes.
grade level?
Exactly. So we have some other different slides towards the end about what we are going to be changing as far as at the campuses and at the CNI team to be able to address some of the needs that we are seeing based on this data.
Dr. President, I
Ma'am.
know you mentioned the Renaissance
Yes,
Okay, is this the first year that we're gonna use it?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what were we using before?
Well, we had Renaissance the year before.
We've had it,
Yeah.
this is the first year.
Yes, this past year we used MAP. If you remember, MAP was our test that we did use. However, Save the Children uses Renaissance. The campuses are extremely excited to see Renaissance. And what I do know of Renaissance, particularly when I met our new principal heading to Harvey, is something she's familiar with because it automatically shows you the bands of students based on that test. So for me, STAR is one indicator, one set of data. Renaissance will dig a little bit deeper into what students are lacking.
So is that why we're changing to that? Because-
No, ma'am, you recall Save the Children is a nonprofit organization, and they did approach us with their support, and we're gonna be providing that for our district. We'll have a coordinator at every elementary campus, as well as a math and reading tutor. So now our Reading Academy teachers will be part of Save the Children. They're heading in July to San Antonio for training with Save the Children.
And I'm all for programs and this and that, however, I don't like changing programs from year to year.
Absolutely, yes,
Because
ma'am.
of the fact that, the kids are not gonna be consistent, and how are we gonna measure growth
Yes.
if you're using two different tests?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, and then one of the reasons, to be transparent with you, that we looked into the map, was because of our TIA application and the data that we need for TIA. But, once we use that product, or the testing in this district, we do always collaborate at that time with the superintendent and with our principals closely to say, what is this data gleaning for us about our students and what are we doing about it?
So
So-
this one does have like a pre and post.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the students that go to, with their Reading Academy, are they the ones that are like maybe still developing or based on?
Yes,
that?
ma'am. So everyone, I think, they told us the first 2 weeks of school, the first 2.5 weeks, all the students at the elementaries will be tested on the Renaissance. And that is how they'll identify every grade level of students that need that extra support. And so,
You get a
we'll share a
breakdown
little.
on the number of students?
Yes,
or-
ma'am, they do have a cap, and, in a nice political way to say this, one of the things that they do not necessarily, unless there's room, but they're looking for highly at-risk students, not students that are supported through a different program like special education. So they're not excluding that group, but they're saying we want the kids who do not have necessarily an extra support like an inclusion teacher. If there's room, we'll definitely welcome them, but they're looking at the highly at-risk students in that group. So we're learning alongside them, so that was something new for Kingsville, that we're excited to partner with. Yes, sir.
Are we still using the map testing?
Math, not for next year, sir.
And will we be able to get some data on the pre-K to second? Is there any data that y'all can show us?
On the math testing, or when we get the Renaissance?
Yes.
Yes,
I mean,
oh,
for this-
absolutely.
For this past year?
Yes, yes, sir, whatever we have, we should be able to pull for you. Yes, sir. It's not a problem. Okay, we'll move on.
And then just two more things prior to moving on. You mentioned benchmark, which I'm glad you did, because the spring benchmark was a STAR released. So it did give us a very good indication of where our students are, because we did give them the 2024 STAR released for that spring benchmark. And then just to clarify with the MAP testing, we will be utilizing the MAP testing, but only for 7th grade TMSFA, which is Texas Middle School Fluency Assessment. All 7th graders who do not pass the 6th grade STAR do have to be tested 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end for TMSFA. And so we will be utilizing MAP for that, only for that group.
And for TIA?
For TIA, we are using STAR.
Now, we have a new principal coming in. Is that principal gonna have all this data? And, okay,
I actually have already shared it with her, sir.
okay.
Yes, so she does have it at hand.
Okay, moving on to 3rd grade math. Across the district, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category by 2%, an increase in our approaches category by 2%. We did stay stagnant in our meets category, and unfortunately, we did lose 3% in our masters category. Looking at Harvey, we saw a decrease of 14% in our did not meet category, an increase of 14% in our approaches, an increase by 1% in our meets, and a decrease by 1% in our masters. Looking at Bettis, we saw an increase in our did not meet category by 6%, a decrease by 6% in our approaches, an increase in our meets category by 5%, and an increase by 8% in our masters category. For Harrell Elementary, we also saw an increase in our did not meet category by 6%, a decrease in our approaches category by 6%, a decrease in our meets category by 16%, and a decrease in our masters category by 19%. Fourth grade reading, district-wide, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category by 5%, an increase in our approaches category by 5%, an increase by 9% in our meets category, and a decrease by 1% in our masters. Looking at Harvey, we saw an increase by 1% in our did not meet category, a decrease by 1% in our approaches, an increase by 6% in our meets, and a decrease by 2% in our masters. For Bettis Elementary, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category by 9%, an increase of 9% in our approaches category, a decrease by 2% in our meets, and a decrease by 12% in our masters. For Harrell Elementary, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category by 7%, an increase of 7% in our approaches, increase of 25% in our meets, and an increase of 13% in our masters. Looking at fourth grade math, we saw an increase district-wide by 10% in our did not meet category. We saw a decrease of 10% in our approaches, a decrease of 2% in our meets, and an increase of 7% in our masters. At Harvey Elementary, we saw an increase in our did not meet category by 2%, a decrease of 2% in our approaches, a decrease of 6% in our meets, and an increase of 2% in our masters. For Bettis Elementary, we saw an increase of 17% in our did not meet category, a decrease of 17% in our approaches, a decrease of 16% in our meets, and a decrease of 1% in our masters. For Harrell Elementary, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category by 16%. We saw an increase of 16% in our approaches, an increase of 15% in our meets, and an increase of 22% in our masters. Fifth grade reading, we saw an increase district-wide 7% in our did not meet category. We saw a decrease of 7% in our approaches, a decrease of 1% in our meets, and a decrease of 6% in our masters. Harvey Elementary, we saw an increase of 5% in our did not meet, a decrease of 5% in our approaches, a decrease of 11% in our meets, and a decrease of 8% in our masters. Bettis Elementary, we saw an increase of 12% in our did not meet, a decrease of 12% in our approaches, an increase of 2% in our meets, and an increase of 1% in our masters. At Harold Elementary, we saw a increase of 23% in our did not meet, a decrease of 23% in our approaches. We stayed stagnant in our meets category, and a decrease of 10% in our masters. For fifth grade math district, we saw a increase of 6% in our did not meet, a decrease of 6% in our approaches, a decrease of 6% in our meets, and a decrease of 2% in our masters. For Harvey Elementary, we saw an increase of 11% in our did not meet category, a decrease of 11% in our approaches, a decrease of 18% in our meets, and a decrease of 7% in our masters.
And it's, that one is probably one of the bigger drops all the way around?
Math?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Yes, for the district.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, I want to say a lot, but I don't know what to say. How does that happen? Is that because maybe the teaching, or have you all tried to narrow it down to just a couple of things? I mean, I don't even know where to begin.
Yes, sir, we have, and we'll share some of that in our instructional recommendations in the last few slides. And we can probably also address some of the teacher changes that continues to happen throughout the district. But I can say that Dr. Holt has been so instrumental in helping us really recruit good teachers, keep teachers. And then our campuses are also focusing on not moving teachers, keeping teachers in grade level so that they become master teachers in those areas. But we'll discuss a little bit in more detail the plan for that.
For Bettis Elementary, we saw a decrease of 2% in our did not meet. We saw an increase of 2% in our approaches, an increase of 3% in our meets, and a decrease of 3% in our masters. For Harrell Elementary, we saw an increase of 11% in our did not meet, a decrease of 11% in our approaches, a decrease of 7% in our meets, and an increase of 2% in our masters.
Is it just a fluke of the age group? Why is Harvey have twice as many fifth graders as the other two campuses?
Harvey is our largest elementary. Harvey holds as many students as our middle school does. It is our largest elementary. It is basically double in size compared to our other two elementaries.
Specifically, when we look at third, fourth, they're relatively comparable. But you get to fifth grade, you got twice as many fifth graders at Harvey as you do at the other two campuses. And I don't know if that contributes to their scores being lower, or not. It just seems odd to me. And I guess that self-heals next year in the fourth grade, which is relatively even, moves to fifth grade.
Yeah, my question also, we had, came up last school board meeting, was transfer kids coming in, transfer from each campus, transfer from out of district. Are we following it to the T? Because we are following it to the T. There should be documentation somewhere in this building that says this student was moved from Harrell to Harvey, didn't work out, went back to Harrell. Are we doing that? I mean, we follow, so we're not doing that. We're overloading the campus, but it looks like we're doing it here.
Yes, sir, and I can only,
Do something.
yes, sir, thank you for your question. Dr. Sandoval oversees all the transfers for the district. And so he does oversee the requests and then receives from campus principals.
I'd like to
Information.
publicly ask for that to be on our agenda item.
Yes,
I want to see documentation of which kids came in, which kids were moved back, which kids came into our secondary campuses, and which ones were sent back. I think that's really important to look at, because if we're not doing that, and we're just taking it to get the numbers up, this is what happens.
I also just want to interject that I know the secondary principals were as well asking the same question. They wanted to know which one of all their students are transfer students. So we need to keep up with those dates, but I'll share with Dr. Sandoval the request, and I know he does oversee that.
And I'd like to see that for the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, if we're looking at our data, the way it looks, and you know, if they're sent to, for example, from Harvey to Harrell, and it's not working out, you know, then they go back. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They can, you know, do whatever they want, yell and scream as much as they want. But we can't do that to any campus. We can't do that to the secondary campuses. We've got to stick to our guns and go by what's in policy, and if we need to change it, then we do it. But it's not fair that we're sitting here this way just to get numbers up and enrollment up. It's not helping us.
Thank you.
Looking at fifth grade science, we saw a decrease in our did not meet category by 9%. We saw an increase by 9% in our approaches category, an increase of 3% in our meets, and an increase of 1% in our masters. Looking at Harvey Elementary, we saw a decrease by 1% in our did not meet category. We stayed stagnant in our approaches category, an increase of 1% in our meets, and a decrease of 1% in our masters. For Bettis Elementary, we saw a decrease of 15% in our did not meet category, an increase of 15% in our approaches, and decrease of 1% in our meets, and as well as our masters, a decrease of 1%. For Harrell Elementary, we saw an increase in our did not meets category by 6%, a decrease of 6% in our approaches, an increase of 2% in our meets, and an increase of 2% in our masters.
I need to stop here.
Yes, sir.
So as a district, we have 176 students in fifth grade. 13 are on grade level. 163 are not in science.
Yes, sir.
Harrell, you have 1 who is. Pettis, you have 4 who are. Harvey, we have 8 who are. What's wrong?
The majority of our students are not on grade level.
Why? Is it curriculum? Is it they can't read? Is it they're so far behind they're never going to catch up? Obviously they're not. I mean, that's.
Yes. That is the need for the root cause analysis. I mean, all your questions are absolutely valid, but I can speak to fifth grade science as far as this year in particular. They did roll out brand new TEKS, and they are using a brand new curriculum this year. That could have played a role in what we're seeing here. And then, of course, what we will do.
I'd buy that if we didn't look back to last year's data and see that there were 0 at Harrell and only 12 in the whole district as opposed to this year's 13 that are on. So, I mean, I don't think
It's
it's
roughly about the same.
And I'm not, I don't need to answer necessarily tonight, but certainly we have a plan.
I can definitely speak to some of that, Mr. Gufall. And it's a little bit further, but I do want to state right now that as we cleaned over all of our data and we sat as a CNI team and as well collaborated with our principals, we feel very confident that what we do have now is the curriculum. What I feel very confident that we lack is the implementation of the curriculum, which is the accountability of holding our staff accountable for ensuring that the curriculum is being implemented every day in every classroom. And that is our focus and our objective. Because I know a few years ago, and that was reiterated to me when I met with Dr. Saldivar, because she had been before, and I said, I want to hear the history from you. And she pretty much said exactly what I heard when I got to Kingsville. But I feel very confident that yes, we do. We, except for new TEKS that come in, like science, we now have a solid curriculum. And we have, and I'll go into some of the other pieces that we're adding, but what we do lack is the implementation piece. And some of the principals will speak to that and what we can all do to do a better job of the implementation.
I know, Dr. Besenheim, you did mention the implementation is what we're lacking.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we ensure that that is occurring? Are we doing walkthroughs on a daily basis? I mean, we need to have walkthroughs like daily.
Yes, ma'am, we do. And I'm gonna,
Data that we receive with walkthroughs.
But then that's the thing, if you input, I mean, you can visit classrooms, but when you have official walkthroughs, it's input and
Yes.
into
just,
Eduforia,
yes, sir.
then you have the feedback back and forth. So if that's not happening where it needs to happen, these are the results we're gonna get. That, all that goes in Eduforia, you can run that report right now.
Yes, sir.
If you want to, and then you can run it by campus, you can run it by administrator. You know, if I'm on a campus, and I did 10 all year long, it's gonna show I did 10 all year long. So that right there is very important, and I'd like to see a report by campus also. You know, I think we need to see that, and if we need coaching up, then we coach up. I mean, that's,
Do you want to see one retroactively, or you're talking about what comes
Well,
next?
when we got our rear-end kids, things like this, pretty hard in the past, and they were blasted up here. I'd have my name and how many walkthroughs I did. We were required to do at least 10 a week. So if it showed me 10 and my assistants 2 or 3, the question came from these guys right here. Why is he only doing 2 or 3 and you have 10? Or why did she do 13 and you have 7? So they want a consistent walkthrough on a schedule. So this day we're doing walkthroughs, you know, me and my assistant, or just me. Tomorrow, this person, tomorrow,
Yes.
this person.
I'm trying to use, but my question is, do you want us to share data from the year before, or you want us to implement that data tracking for future? I
Well,
suppose
not
that's-
only that, but we can also pull that up right, you know. in a
What is
building right
current.
now. What's current, and then implement some kind of schedule where,
That's what we're gonna be working on, and that's part of the recommendation that you had. So my question to you, I know there's a lot of data, right? We can do a bunch of data, or she can fast forward to the recommendations for next
Right.
year.
and we can see part of what, I mean, we can't just go after teachers also.
Right,
And
right.
students and parents and things like that. We need to see that we're all doing what we're supposed to do.
Whatever we're doing is not working.
Right.
And I agree with you, I don't know that we necessarily need to go through this page by page by page. However, I do have actually a question on the very next one. I know that there were some huge changes made to 7th grade math, but 6th grade math fell off. We've got 143 total students and only 13 of them on grade level. Is it, and it may be the principals that can respond to this, or maybe, is it that they're so far behind by 6th grade that there's no possible way to catch up? Or is it that things are moving too fast? I just, other districts are doing something that we're not.
With specific response to your question, Mr. Kufal. As you all are aware, state of Texas requires that 40% of our 6th graders in math must be in an advanced math class. Our reality, let me just give you the figures for this next school
Well,
year.
you can look at 5th grade.
Right,
and
but-
see.
Right, so of the 70 students that we've calculated make up 40% of our incoming 6th graders. Of those 70 students, that's the 40% that have to go into advanced math. So you have students that are not truly advanced, that are sitting at barely approaches. So if you want to dive even deeper into what is a score for approaches, it's very low standard, which says a lot for what we need to be doing more of, right? So when you look at those 70 students, they're not even on grade level, and you're teaching them a curriculum that is advanced. So yes, it's like trying to teach me rocket science. There's no way.
How realistically, in your experience, how many years will it take if we had 3rd graders on level now in math at least 50%. By the time they reach that sixth grade, would that be a reasonable request from the state?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So we've got potentially 4 or 5 years left of this if we don't get
correct,
third graders online.
correct.
My question also, these kids that took the advanced math class, did these sixth graders take a seventh grade test and then the eighth graders?
No, in sixth grade, they take the sixth grade test.
Okay,
But here's our other challenge with regards to those 70 students. The curriculum that we've adopted, which is, and I know that y'all are very much concerned about, well, we're at Carnegie, we're now going to, or we've adopted Bluebonnet. Well, Carnegie is written, Bluebonnet is written by Carnegie, all right? Bluebonnet is the TEA approved curriculum for math that we're gonna be using at 6th, 7th, and 8th. Here's another fact. In order to teach all of the curriculum, all of the TEEPs that the students will be tested on, we have 130 days in our instructional calendar. We need 180 days to get it all in.
Before the test.
Because we're so far behind or because just in a normal?
Just normal. Now, and we've included it as part of our plan, but I'll share. Miss Flowers, Jennifer Flowers, who's our math curriculum instructional coordinator. Oh, is that her title? Sorry. Well, math is one of her, she's a very good math person. One of her suggestions for this next school year is that we double book our advanced sixth graders so they get 2 classes.
so block that.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So we'll have one teacher, because I'll need 3 sections, right? For those 70 students, we'll need 3 sections. And so then each of those sections will receive an additional block of math. So we're double booking our advanced math students this next school year.
And I know that many years ago when money was good, but Gillette was a block schedule campus for the core areas. But we had the extra electives, we had choir, we had band that they could go to, and they excelled like crazy, choir and band, I'm telling you.
Right.
And, but, if we start cutting those electives, those fine art electives, there's what's the motivation to want to do well and then go up and march with the big guys, So we need something for these kids.
Right. And so I'm glad you said that, Mr. Modelos, because one of the recommendations that I made to our superintendent and to the CNI team was that we move AVID from being a required elective to just a regular elective. Because we're going to double block 6th grade math, we're also going to double block 6th grade reading, 6th grade reading, 7th grade reading, and 8th grade reading. So you're right, that means they're going to lose an elective. Well, what I didn't want to do, because AVID was a required elective, was make them choose between AVID and band or art. And so we've moved away from AVID being a required elective so that the students can keep their fine arts and their band program, because we've got about 85 students.
Huge motivation.
Absolutely.
Even though we have 3 sections.
Absolutely, we agree. Yes, sir.
100%. Three my kids do that program, and they all excel.
I wasn't gonna cut their fine arts elective, so that's why I asked for AVID, for us to rethink what we were doing in AVID.
Dr.
You mentioned earlier,
we're only allowing 140 days that we should be doing 180 days, is that correct?
Well, in our instructional calendar, Ms. Garcia, we have about 130 days. Now that includes teaching days, right? Those are just teaching days. We have other days that are testing days, right? That are, that other things will occur during that time, but we actual teach the student days, 128, 130, but we need 180.
So did we hurt the district by going to 4 days? I'm just, because I voted for that.
So
And I'm trying to make sense of that.
yeah, that's not really a question that I can answer because I without looking at data. But I will tell you this. When I came to Kingsville last year and I was at Harrell Elementary, and we did the beginning of the year universal screener, we were using M-Class. The triangle, right, is inverted here in Kingsville ISD for our students, because when they walk through those doors as pre-K, kinder first, they're walking in with a huge academic gap. They have a lack of educational opportunities, right? And so when I say that the triangle is inverted, there are more students that are below or well below grade level than are at or above grade level.
As they walk in
As they walk into the school building, yes, sir.
And it's not correct itself as
Well, we've taken great strides to correct that, absolutely, but we need more.
See, and another thing that you're gonna hear as we get into budgeting and staffing, we pay TASB for a report. So they can tell us what we wanna hear sometimes. And I'll say that, I don't care who listens or who hears it. The bottom line is that we need that at that level, that support wherever we need it. I could care less about a TASB report instead of Peter Tom. He knows how I feel about it. We fought this thing for 20 years here. It's what we need on the campus and not what a darn report tells us. I'm sick of hearing about that. Well, because of TASB's formula, I don't care about TASB. It's what, look at our stuff. We need to have it here.
How will faculty react to the blocks?
Beg your pardon?
What kind of staff reaction are you gonna have to the blocks?
Okay, so I will tell you, and this is, speaks to what Mr. Modelis just said. So Gillette was cut in science and social studies. We went from 4 teachers to 3. But in English and math, we remained at 4. The suggestion was made, could we somehow use that 4th teacher in language arts and the 4th teacher in math as an intervention teacher? So in language arts, we are able to accomplish that because we were able to again have a full-time 6th grade teacher, 7th grade teacher, 8th grade teacher, although we just received word that one of the individuals that we made a recommendation for has declined the position. So now I'm still looking for another ELAR teacher. So we're down 1. So we're able to accomplish that in ELAR. In math, I'm still looking for 2 math teachers. However, and I was just looking at the master schedule again and redoing the numbers. I can pull that off with a 0.5 teacher. I need a full, but I can pull it off with a 0.5 because of the leftover sections per grade level. Does that make sense? And so yeah, it's only a 0.5 that I could use as an intervention teacher, which I really need a full.
So if we that's a half to meet the needs. Now, if it was a full-time person, would it be smaller classes for that half?
Well, I could then take those seventh graders and those eighth graders, and put them into a math class with an intervention teacher that would do small groups. Yes, sir.
See, and that's what this business is all about. I mean, if we were at a solid B or an A, we'd be done with this, completely done. But we're not there, not close.
Right.
We just need to, support these, bottom line, I've said it year after year after year, and I'm gonna keep saying it, we have to support the campuses.
But as we all know, our challenge is finding, the individuals.
Well,
Yes,
I
sir.
think, with the DOI thing, we brought in some people, brought in some good people, and then we created positions for the others that were not even core area, the teachers, so we were paying teacher salaries, but not addressing the core. So it kind of helped us here and there, but it hurt us, a larger hurt on that, with the DOI.
Since you're already on topic, do you want to move to the recommendations for Chivas Middle School?
Sure.
Yeah, since
Yes,
you're-
ma'am.
You're there.
Yes. Yeah.
So I do want to, before Dr. Ezeiza goes on to this slide, if you recall last year, every time we made these presentations, we called this area next steps. And this year, what we've done differently, and in conference room 2, Dr. Gallagher wants to take you guys in there, we have an entire wall of a calendar of all our professional development planning that we're doing this year and throughout the entire year. One of the things that we've done is we brought our principals into that room to plan with us, review the data, and then ask ourselves, is everything we're doing looking at our data and making informed decisions about what we're going to do next? So this part usually was, what are we doing next steps? This time, we've invited the principals to be part, collaborate with CNI, with myself, and put a plan on what they're going to implement on their campus. Our job in CNI is to provide them the training, the resources, the curriculum, but our campus administrators have to implement the curriculum. And this is Dr. Ezeiza's plan.
Right before we move on, let me ask one last question. If we go back to some of those categories where we have like 30% meets and 70% is not a grade level. If the individual principal or teacher were to go to that child's report card, what's shown there? I mean, are the parents aware? I mean, if we've got kids that are low approaches, and they're coming home with straight A's, how?
There is a disconnect, you're right.
Okay.
There is a disconnect.
And I get it, it's one test, one day. I get it, I get it. I think some of our parents may be confused as to why we're always saying, things are so horrible when it's not their kid, because their kid has straight A's.
My question also is, on the 7th grade accelerated math, how many students in 7th grade took the 8th grade test? Do we know? Or was there any?
Yes, we had 22. We had 22 seventh graders that took, so if those seventh graders would have taken, so the question, let's address the elephant in the room. Okay, why did we make the advanced seventh graders, right, the advanced math seventh graders take the 8th grade test? Well, guess what they were taught? 8th grade TEKS. So we would have been setting them up for failure for them to take the 7th grade STAR test.
So the 22, were they all successful? Do we know? That's
Yes.
hard to say.
We would have to look at it, but I remember looking at that, Mr. Morelos, and I believe so. We thought we were gonna have 2 classes of Algebra 1, but instead I think we're gonna have to go to 1 because some of them were not as successful as we expected them to be on that 8th grade test. Yes.
So going back to your triangle.
Yes, ma'am.
It's just upsetting, okay, so, we have all these kids coming in not prepared, so we're blaming the kids.
No.
When do we blame ourselves?
No, I apologize if that's the way it came off.
Yes.
No, that is not what I meant at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying that is a fact. That's the fact, right? Those are the facts. That's what we have. They can absolutely be taught. What has been occurring is that many times our teachers, administrators, well, the student can't learn, they must have a learning disability. Well, that's not true. We have not had, and don't ask me why, because I cannot speak to that. Dr. Bestice might be able to, but we have not had a rich MTSS, what you all might know it as an RTI program. And as a result, when those students come in with those gaps, teachers think that even though they have the gap, they can't necessarily provide accommodations or interventions because then the grade is somehow inflated. That's some of the thought process behind that issue. If we had an MTSS or an RTI system in place,
I thought we had one.
We have we're gonna talk about that next.
well, that's something
It's
that
been in the work for like 3 years.
But we have a manual, but the actual training and the people that are gonna do it is now in this plan, so we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay.
yes.
And then, my apologies, real quick before Dr. Izaguirre continues, Mr. Garcia, you had asked about the instructional days and having to fit the 180 in the 120. So for example, this next instructional calendar, even though we're on a 5-day, we have 120 instructional days in which we still have to fit the 180 that the curriculum is saying that we need. That is not with us, with the school district. Unfortunately, the way the state has written the advanced math curriculum and the way they have it paced out is that's how they have it paced out. And in their thought process, it's the top 40% is in advanced math, so they should be able to keep up with the faster pace. Where in our case, as we've discussed, unfortunately, some of our advanced math kids are barely approaching grade level, and so that's where they're struggling. And so that is how the curriculum is paced out, unfortunately.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So we reconfigured our master schedule and we have added what we call a BRAMA advisory period, and it's 55 minutes long. So we have 8 periods at Gillette for next school year. And so part of what's going to happen in reading and math, because I've asked for the district to purchase iReady specifically for Gillette Middle School as an intervention option. So in reading, what we'll be doing is the teachers are going to be doing more guided reading. We'll be using star-aligned question stems as bell ringers and as exit tickets. And of course, the targeted interventions for our struggling readers for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade that we are using that fourth ELAR teacher for. In math, we do have Bluebonnet as the curriculum, and it is going to be including a spiral review of the TEKS, using a lot of the manipulatives and the visual models, also using some data-driven small group instruction, and then of course iReady during BRAMA advisory. In science, more hands-on labs and simulations. What we find is our students are lacking in a lot of the vocabulary terms that are used in the content, and so we're going to be more intentional about how we introduce that. And then use of release star questions for the exit tickets and for bell ringers. And the same for social studies. More emphasis on the timelines and cause and effect activities, more emphasis on primary source analysis, and again, vocabulary integration, and then exit tickets and bell ringers that are our star questions. And so we have students that, we need to help, close their academic gaps. So that's why we're double blocking the sixth grade advanced math, double blocking sixth, seventh, and eighth grade reading for students who are classified as below or well below grade level. The MTSS interventions using iReady during the Bremen advisory class, because MTSS are for our tier 2 and tier 3 students. And then working a lot to inform and educate our parents about what we're doing and where their students are. And of course, the progress monitoring assessments that we'll be utilizing. iReady is a universal screener, so we'll do a beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. We also have the MAP test for 7th graders. We also are going to have one benchmark, I believe, in the fall, and then the STAR release in the spring. And then, of course, as Mr. Morales pointed out, the walkthroughs and the feedback, providing that to the teachers off the walkthroughs.
So you're gonna have, as far as the sixth grade, I see that, and I like that double blocking. Are you all right as far as the regular math kids? Or are you staffed okay there? I mean, you might have to fill positions, but with a master, accommodate them with, as far as numbers in a class.
Yes, in fact, I did the math and with 22 students in each section, because that's what the elementary recommendation is. I did the numbers, the sections, and yes, we do have enough.
You're okay?
Yes, I mean, like I said, we're interviewing Thursday for one of the vacancies, and we still need one more. But yes, sir, 22.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll move on to high school next.
Hey, hello guys. I had dental work today, so I'm not feeling the greatest, but I'm gonna get through this. Okay, for the high school, what we're gonna look at is we implemented a 9th period, which is Bremen instructional time. With this, what we did, and we already had the master schedule complete and ready, and we actually sat down and went through all of 900 kids and scheduled them into their classes, because I had a timeline that I had to get it done by. But we did do that, we prioritized those. So if a student, so going back to Mr. Fidelis, I think you asked this, is if they're passing the classes but not passing the STAR, how does that correlate? And it's not, and some of our kids are doing that. So when you look at the data at the high school, a lot of these are retesting kids that have not had remediation, and they weren't assigned to certain classes. And so I'll jump into that here in a minute, but it doesn't, we do need to look at that more so that way we can move forward on them retaking the class if that's what they need, instead of letting them pass and then requesting them to continue to take this test. But with the Bremen time, what we're gonna do, what we did is we started with our US history kids that passed the US history class but not the test. So they're not gonna be sitting in US history classes, and they're gonna be assigned to the 2 US history teachers, so that way they can provide instruction for those kids 30 minutes a day, every single day. We also looked at our biology kids, if they passed the test, but not, passed the class but not the test, then we also put them in the biology teachers. We did that with algebra also, but with algebra, we have algebraic reasoning, so that's an option. If they've taken the class and passed the algebra class, then we put them in algebraic reasoning. If they did not pass this class, then of course we put them back in algebra, and so they'll be taking a class with that algebra teacher to be able to get that remediation before they test again. English, and I'm kind of jumping around on my, because it all kind of goes together on this, but with English, that's our prioritized list, is if they're not gonna be sitting in that class, then we're gonna put them in with that Bremen time. If the kids have passed all of their tests, then we're gonna look at offering the college spring program for the TSIA and the ACT program for those kids. We're also grouping them, my SPED teachers are gonna be able to have their caseload with them if they passed their test already or have been ordered out, so that way they can monitor them closely and be able to make that personal connection with them daily. We also have, our house bill kids that have to make up those hours. We're gonna tie in the IXL program in there, so that way they are still getting their remediation, and getting those state required, hours. So that's what we're gonna be looking at our Brema time. I've also talked to my coaches and said, hey, if you have kids, that you want in your group that's, already passed tests, so they could be your kids that you're watching and monitoring, and you'll see them every single day, give me that list and we can go do some movement. But our priorities, we had a priority list, and we've already hand scheduled every one of those kids, 900 kids into that Brema time right now. So that's one step that we're gonna do and add that additional, class. I didn't want to tie it on to another class because I wanted to make it individualized for every kid and what their need is. Some of them, if they needed, say, 3 tests, US history, English, and algebra, well, we put them in US history because later down I'm going to talk about what we did with our English 3 and 4, and then and biology also. So we prioritized those different tested areas. And pretty much all teachers can reach out if they want a group of kids that they want to mentor and go through, then that's also what this is going to be for. So it's a little bit of everything, but really targeted on giving kids the remediation that they need if they're not sitting in those classes. Targeted instruction, of course, we're going to look at the small groups that we can. The writing skills has been a big issue with our students. They write like they text. And if you've ever seen a teenager's text message, that's what we're struggling with. So getting the kids to write. I've also talked to one of the new teachers that we're providing, and she's asked for like an AI writing tool. So what it is it's a program that will grade the students' writing similar to what happens with the STAR test. So that way it's not the teacher grading it, but it's going to be more like what the final STAR test is going to be. So we're looking at those programs to be able to implement for our English. Our pure retesting classes, so what we're going to do with this is usually if kids fail English 1 or 2 or both, they move on to 3 and 4, and there's no pure retesting implementation because now they're doing the English 3 and 4 TEKS. What we did is we pulled every single kid that failed, that's passed English 1 or 2 and failed the test, one or both tests, and we set aside in the master schedule retesting periods. So every kid is in an English 3 or English 4 retesting. So we know that whole group of kids needs work on STAR test, passing STAR test along with English 3 and 4 TEKS. So we did that already. Every student so far is already scheduled into that, and they're blocked off onto the master schedule. So that way they will have that additional support, and the teachers are going to know all of these students need to pass the test. So we need to do a little more implementation on the STAR questions and remediation. Algebraic reasoning is, I just kind of touched base on that. If they failed algebra, passed the algebra class, then they're going to be put in algebraic reasoning as their next math. And this is going to be taught like a remediation of algebra. So that way they can get that additional support and be able to pass the algebra test that next go around instead of sending them to geometry. They're learning geometry all year, but now we want them to pass the algebra test at the end of the year. So it's completely different in different subjects. English is the one that's the closest. So that's why we prioritize this 30 minutes Brema instructional time. Definitely we want to continue to do our walkthroughs. You touched on walkthroughs. I can tell you my walkthroughs on that chart is not accurate. I did not type in every single walkthrough that I did. I also met with Algebra Weekly when I started to notice that the scores were not raised up and that we weren't where we needed to be. And so those types of meetings are not implemented into that walkthrough. So definitely need to do a better job of entering in the walkthrough so that way you can actually see, because we were in math classes way more than what's on that paper. I can tell you that between Jen, myself, Acevedo, I know, did tons of English walkthroughs, so the numbers are kind of low on that. So we need to do a better job of entering it into that Eduphoria.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you do a walkthrough, how quickly do you let the teacher know?
So what I usually,
as far as what happened in the classroom and what needs to improve or not, or what was seen that was than doing, right?
So, with what I do is if I walk through a class and something's doing great, I may leave a note on the, on the teacher's desk as I'm walking out and say, great job, if I've seen, things happening. If I see things that are in need, of improvement, then I'll call them in and we'll have a conversation, or I'll stop by, at their conference period if it hasn't already happened, have that conversation. Usually my goal is to respond within 24 hours, emails,
To me, that's
walkthroughs.
very important.
Yes.
It really is.
Yes. Oh yeah, and I touched base on that. Now I am losing one admin for this next year, so it's gonna be even more challenging to do even more walkthroughs based on the TASB study. So I'm right there with you, sir, and they all know how I feel about this right now.
When you say you're losing one admin, why are we losing one admin?
The TASB study.
I'm looking at Dr. Gama, see if she would like to respond. But we do have an interim at Gillette that we asked both Dr. Zaguirre and Dana Moore to share the interim during the week so that they would both have that additional support, because their focus is, the walkthroughs and getting in the classroom. So they need to make sure somebody is holding down the discipline.
So this interim can do walkthroughs?
No.
I was gonna ask also, when we look at the numbers at Harvey, and it's a principal and one assistant with those numbers, that TASB report is throw it away. Because, that principal's gonna be a support there. So why, we're looking at the numbers that are almost the same as middle school, or pretty close to it. That's not a part-time job. And I've never been an elementary principal, but they work harder than anybody. So I worry about Harvey having twice the kids and one AD. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and the only thing that I can share at a super high level is that we're trying to align to ensure that we are not hitting our budget deficit sooner than we have to. So the two priorities when it comes to staffing has been, one, absorbing positions. Whenever somebody leaves, do we really consider it? Do we need to fill this position and now we close it? Or then transferring people as we see that one school is overstaffed, which based on the philosophy is nobody can ever be overstaffed, but there's a lot of systematic things that also need to change. So this is the beginning of the plan. These are the things. Now we have to monitor the plan and make sure that everybody's doing all the things that we all said we're gonna do to hold ourselves accountable, because we can have a beautiful plan, but if it's not executed correctly, then nothing really is gonna change. And then we also have to then see where the curriculum falls into it. And one of the notes that I'm making is we have to be better at sharing curricular progress with the board. So whether it's every 6 weeks, whatever the pacing is of exit tickets, of grades, of whatever the standards are gonna be, and then we have to go back and set board goals around academics.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Dr. De Leon, I think she's highlighted several of the ones on the elementary campuses. I'd go over them with you, and if you have any specific details on the elementary, either she or I can share. But we're definitely going to focus on the stronger math and curriculum support. So grades 3 through 5 will continue to have 110 minutes designated for math, 80 minutes of Eureka, and 30 minutes for small group. Continued implementation of small group lessons with fidelity. Focus on math manipulatives, expanded student support. We hosted an advanced math camp in June for all the incoming 6th graders. We personally invited them. We sent out a publicity through the district website. We had 14 students come this summer. So we hope to continue to expand that to many more students. We hosted a reading camp in June for grades K through 2nd, and we had 23 students come for that camp. The elementary students will receive tutoring through the grant program, which is Save the Children. I discussed that a little bit earlier. The Title I tutoring will be supported by teachers and tutors for additional academic support for reading and math. We've aligned schedules and teaching across campuses. All campuses will follow a shared schedule to allow district-wide collaboration of planning. Teachers will meet virtually across schools for collaboration. the implementation of vertical alignment and planning in math, reading, and science at campus levels. We're going to focus on reading and math fluency. Reading, utilize Reading Renaissance Accelerated Reader, the AR component, to monitor students' level of growth. For math, academic, the next one, B, is reading. Our Reading Academy teachers service 168 students district-wide this year. They did provide the M-class for beginning, middle of end year data, and we saw growth for all of the students that were served in the Reading Academy. We definitely want to continue that program and consider expanding it for math. For math, the focus is on basic computation skills, which is adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, and research-based problem-solving strategies. And then, as we discussed earlier, the DDI, which is the data-driven instructional protocol, conduct after assessments for reading, math, and science. Mr. Reese?
I have a question. So for these advanced math camp students and the reading camp, do we know if these are struggling students or are they overachievers?
The ones for the advanced math camp, those were students that were going to be serviced for advanced math in 6th grade. So that's the top 40%, as outlined before in the discussion, was top kids. The reading camp is for the K through 2, that are all the kids that were at risk prior year. Those were the ones serviced.
At risk as per what?
Identified as at risk as for what?
As per what?
What data did we use to identify the students?
Class data from beginning, middle, and end, looked at their growth overall, and then determined who would be better served to come and see about the care.
So there were many more than 23 if they were invited to attend. We contacted parents, they sent out letters. So we hope that that program continues to grow, that not only students that were coming just for summer school, but can also participate in some of these camps that we are providing this summer.
Dr. President, you also mentioned the Reading Academies, all the students had made growth.
Yes.
Like a lot of growth or?
Yes, ma'am. What we shared earlier were just the students that were in tested grades 3, 4, and 5, because as soon as the scores were coming, I told Ms. Williams, I said, pull all the Reading Academy students. I know we have the beginning, middle, and end of the year ed class, and we'd be happy to share that information with the board at the next meeting. What we've seen, and I'm looking at Dr. DeYoung, is that the Reading Academy program works. And they pull those students and they provide that intense reading.
I understand, and I believe it. However, you're saying growth.
Yes, ma'am.
By 5 points.
Yes, and well, we didn't do an average, but I can say that we served 168 students. We have data on all 168, and the gleaning information of these students is if they did not make any growth, and we're still seeing them struggling in the classroom. I'm looking at Ms. Zimmerman, because this is an RTI MTSS practice that now we have the data to support that perhaps that student may have a disability that would go into perhaps a referral, and we have the data to support what we've done to try to provide that intervention. So if you'd like, we can definitely share that data of the Reading Academy students that did participate this year.
What grades predominantly?
I know we had first and second and third graders, but I know the closer we got to testing, we refocused somewhat and really pulled in the tested grade students that needed that help and really honed in on those individuals. Thank you, sir. Okay, the next slide has the instructional focus for the district. So I do want to maybe just go back briefly and talk about something Ms. Salinas said when Dr. Seguin had mentioned the triangle. What we've seen, and I had a in-depth conversation with Gama Garcia recently about experiences in other places where I've seen where the majority of our focus and funding should be primarily at the elementary campuses, where we provide everything the elementary campuses need to capture the students and remediate Dr. Devion. So the Reading Academy is one example of that. There are some districts that also have a math support lab, and based on data, those students, because without that, Mr. Villanueva, what happens is our regular ed teacher is having to teach the entire curriculum, also do small group. And if you remember that they have 22 students, some of them are SPED students, some of them are regular ed, some of them are at risk, some of them have behavioral problems. We're requiring the regular ed teacher to carry all of that. Some programs that are identified for elementaries are instrumental in helping the regular ed teacher do quick pullouts to help those students. So that's why we talked about the triangle, that we do need to look at our elementaries and provide them all the resources they need. Dr. Y has been telling us all year, what are we doing for Gillette? And until we fix elementary, Gillette will continue to have these big deficits and gaps. So we could maybe discuss that at a future board meeting, but I did share a plan with Dr. Garcia. So for this one, at the very top under number 1, you see professional development for principals and assistant principals. So we are going to be providing an additional T-test training and collaboration as soon as they return. I'm sorry, not collaboration, but it's calibration. What we're seeing when you look at that data, sir, is that we have to begin the collaboration part because it's also tied to TIA for the following year. This coming year is our data gathering year for TIA. The following year, our teachers may meet the requirements for the money. So the calibration will be vital. We also are going to provide tools to assist with real-time feedback. When I visited with the principals, they said, yes, we do walkthroughs. We take our laptops, big laptops, or we take a notebook, and then later we're going to enter all this. So we talked about what instrument do you need to take with you, whether it be an iPad with the program. So when you walk in, you already enter the data and send it. So we are going to be looking at the pricing to provide that for our principals and assistant principals. We're going to do additional training on the DBI protocol. We're going to talk about training on the root cause analysis, which is accountability. And I did mention to you earlier, we have the curriculum. We need the implementation, and the accountability will fall, not only on the CA19, but principals and assistant principals and every single one of us. Provide ongoing training for our ELAR teachers on high-impact structural strategies and STAR-aligned curriculum planning, and training on implementation of curriculum. If you recall the last board meeting, Dr. Ballesteros talked about the amount of grant funds we are going to be receiving, over 400,000. And many of them are for implementation. So the grant will provide us the funding we need for the implementation of our goals. Number 2, the CNI staff will now be placed at all of the campuses. So here you see Ms. Flowers will be at HM King, but she will also be supporting Gillette because she oversees math and science. Ms. Perkins will be housed at Gillette, but she also must oversee the ELAR and social studies at the high school. Ms. Salinas will be at Harvey, which is our largest campus, and Ms. Alanis will be oversight for Pettis and Harold. So the team will be now housed on the campuses. When we talked about MTSS, and thank you for bringing that up again, I can with good faith say that MTSS or RTI is being implemented primarily at our lower campuses, not as much at the secondary, which is why Dr. Zaguirre wanted the program for her campus. But now, not only did we create the manual, we did send 2 staff members to Austin a week and a half ago for a 3-day MTSS training. They are coming back to do the PD at the beginning of the year for the staff. We are now using a clear monitoring system, which is same goal, which is exactly what SPED uses, but they do have an RTI piece, so we're going to just use the same model. We're going to use that data to help guide the intervention strategies for each tier. Dr. White mentioned for tier 2 and 3, but for us, it's tier 1. It's the implementation of the whole group instruction and the fidelity of the implementation of that. And then D is provide tier support based on academic and behavioral data. So this is now what the district instructional focus will be. And do you have any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Wesson, I want to misquote you, but you said on 1D, training on root cause analysis, you said that you would hold the central office and
Well, I said that
level
our,
administrators.
yes, sir.
accountable. Okay.
I
So
said
how does
our CNI team, our principals and our assistant principals, and you're asking me how.
How does that look? Yes.
Okay, so for our principals, when we talked about our walkthrough data, yes, it is readily available to us. Their priority and what they all did share with you was their plan to be in the classroom, to be in every single classroom to ensure that the fidelity of the instruction is happening at every campus. That assistant principals not only help with the discipline, but they're future instructional leaders. So they as well have to be there and be able to collaborate with us on areas they're seeing that are not being, number one, either followed, or that we need spiraling, or we need to go back to something. What about our CNI team? I can tell you that one of the things our CNI team did the last 2 years, or last year for sure, last 2 years, after the second benchmark, we came back and created a plan. And we did bell ringers and exit tickets. That is now kept in Eduphoria. All of that is now in Eduphoria. Teachers can see at the end of the period, whoa, of my 22 students, 18 of them got that, and the rest of them didn't, and I know who they are that quick. So we've transferred all of that in there. What we've done this summer as part of the curriculum writing, besides change the YAGs from 4 days to 5 days, we went back and created bell ringers and exit tickets for the very first week of school. So we're not waiting until the second benchmark. We have created and tied the exit tickets and bell ringers at the beginning of the year. So how will the CNI team be held accountable? They're in charge of also seeing the data, like Ursula Alanis will be at one campus. Her job is, at the end of 2 weeks, look at the data. Is it happening on this campus? And if it's not, why not? And if the scores are not coming in, then what do we need to do to stop, to spiral that tick in? So it is, sir, about accountability, because we feel very strong that we have the curriculum in place. We have the alignment in place, and now it's the implementation and holding. We do have some incredible teachers in our district that are doing a phenomenal job. And then we have some other teachers that really do need coaching, and they need aggressive coaching to build their skills to become master teachers. And I believe it is our job in CNI and our principals and APs to help them do that. And I hope that answered your question, sir.
You know, we look at the CCMR we said we're at 83 for this year's accountability. Looking at all this preliminarily, I'm gonna ask a question. Where do you think we might be?
As far as our rating,
Our rating.
again, I think Tanya mentioned, you want to share the timeline, because we just talked about it today, that these are just all preliminary. You know, we've the team before us would sit there and do mathematical calculations. And we are truly following the accountability calendar. And Ms. Williams is new in her position, so she's gone to all the training at the service center, is getting guidance from the service center. So you expect that to be when, Tanya?
I will get the final student level results for EOCs July 11th, and then July 22nd, I will have the final results for 3 through 8.
Do you anticipate a big change or a big difference in what you have now, what you're gonna get?
The only changes that normally happen between the preliminary and the finals are, like, for example, the rescores that we sent in, if there's any change in those. that will be reflected in the final. Also any score changes, like for example, if a student tested, accidentally who had been arted out, then I would submit a score code change of other than scored, and those are the types of changes that we'll see with the final. Will it be a drastic change? No, but there is chance for that change.
So just by what you see right now, you can't make a prediction. I mean, can't be any worse.
Yes, ma'am. I would, with good faith, just say that it would be probably ill-spoken if we just made a prediction. It would be, I'd rather wait until we do get the final. What I can say to end this presentation is we are happy with the growth in reading. We're seeing the growth in reading in a lot of the work that we're doing. We're seeing it in science. Math, oh my gosh, but yeah, I know we're not the only ones. It's across the region and the state, but we do have a lot of work to do. But we feel very rest assured that we have a great team, that we have the curriculum, and the implementation part is what will happen this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bessanias and Ms. Williams. We now move on to item number 7, new business. Item 7A, by common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item the following: approval of the special meeting minutes of June the 4th and June the 10th, 2025, can be found on pages 27 and 30. Is there a motion to accept those minutes? So motion made by Martin Chapa. Second. Second by Jacob Perez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries 6-7-0. Now, we move on to item 7B, which is formerly 7G in the agenda. Memorandum of Understanding between Kingsville ISD and the Community Action Corporation of South Texas, Head Start Birth to 5 Program Disability Component and Kindergarten Transitions 25-26. We found is 81 to 88. Ms. Zimmer, Laura Zimmer.
Good evening, Dr. Gamma Garcia, Mr. Reese, and school board. I am here just to present on the yearly memorandum of understanding between Kingsville ISD and the Community Action Corporation of South Texas, which many of us know it as Head Start, Birth to 5 Program, Disabilities Component, and Kindergarten Transitions. So every year we have a memorandum of understanding because we do have to, by law, present and provide services for students with special needs there as well.
Any questions? Sorry. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the MOU as written?
Mr. President, I'd like to ask legal if they've gone through this as well.
No, Mr. Garcia, I have not reviewed that one. I have in prior years. So if there aren't any changes, then it would be approved as to form, but that one was not signed.
And this is only going to be it's a year contract?
Yes, sir. And just to clarify, there have not been any changes. We did update one thing last year, and it was because of our data. It was showing that we were doing so many evaluations with Head Start, and I dug into the why behind that. And what I actually found in the MOU was that previously it had stated that they would initiate the consent for evaluations straight from Head Start. So I was recommending that, and we updated it after collaborating with Head Start, that they would initiate the referral for it
And then our team would get together and work with them and determine if an evaluation was appropriate or not, and what areas, things like that too. So that actually did save us some money and time, and still being able to help Head Start teachers as well as the students.
Is there any more discussion?
Dr. Schiff, would you get started?
Oh, I think in terms of the MOU,
I would recommend the renewal of the MOU in terms of the service that they provide, and we had that conversation before as part of the adding to the agenda.
President, I'll make a motion to go ahead and accept the MOU.
Motion made by David Garcia, second by Martin Chapa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7C, out-of-state travel for H.M. King High School band from May 27th to June 1st, 2026. Can be found on pages 39 to 41. Mr. Porfirio Mendez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Basically what we're asking for is the same kind of out-of-state trip that we've had in the past. Now that we've gotten past COVID and we've gotten past some of these other things, it's been requested on not only by students and parents and our band boosters, but just to return the hard work and efforts that are especially the band performing kids do over the course of the entire year, and have them have a recreational trip at the end of the year. Serves as a great recruitment tool, sustaining tool, and something that keeps, anything we can do to have these kids, in the younger grades also look up and say, hey, I get to do that for a couple of years. Then we can get those kids to retain and take those trips. It's a trip that many of the kids will not be able to take. And over my 30 years, I can tell you right now that many of these kids that have taken these out-of-state trips, it's the last out-of-state trip that they've ever taken. Of course, finances and again, single parent homes, socioeconomic demographics, things of that nature. These kids are going to be allowed to fundraise, band booster funds, and over the course of the year. That's why I'm bringing it now. Normally, in the past, I would bring something like this probably in August, September. But in order to facilitate this for the summer of 2026, this will give us at least another 3 months that parents can break this down, or guardians or whoever it is, and make sure that these kids are able to take this trip. And for many of them, again, it will be the only time that many of these kids will ever have a trip of this magnitude. And the company that we use, Go Through, offer, all these trips are getting expensive. That's the reality of things, whether you're going, as a family or with students or any groups, that they're just exponentially getting more expensive. The company that we have used is the same one we used for years. And again, they offer liability insurance. They offer 24/7 security when we're on the premises of the hotel. They have a 24/7 person in case anything happens, because anything wrong that can happen will happen. I can assure you that. And I'm talking about when you go in, you get the tickets and you get fingerprinted. We don't have to worry about trying to call somebody in Texas on a trip that we are in Florida. Those individuals are there, they're there 24/7. Something goes wrong, they're able to come onto the premises and make sure to rectify everything. Again, it's a company that we've used, and everything with them has always been spot on. And we're just coming to the board to get approval for this trip. Again, and it's also at the end of the school year, it is after graduation, it is 1 week before summer school starts, so we're not getting in the way of testing, we're not getting in the way of any of those kind of things. Not that really many of the kids that we have need summer school, but if in fact they did, or were using summer school for advancement or whatever, it doesn't get in the way of any of those kind of requirements or anything that they may want to be doing going forward.
Do we have any discussion from the board and questions from anyone?
No, but I want to commend, I don't have a discussion, but I do want to commend you because I saw it, I'm like, the date passed, and then I realized it was for next year.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do appreciate good planners, so thank you for doing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate the same thing, and I said, all my kids went through this program, and I knew everything for the whole year. So this is excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mendez, do you need chaperones?
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Come on by.
Board member chaperones.
I'm a big believer in the fine arts, and I know how closely music especially works with science and math and development there.
Yes, sir.
But in lieu of the discussions that we've just had, how are you notified of one of your students potentially needing some remedial help? Or are you?
Well, no, we keep in contact with everybody, and to be quite honest, it's a requirement for us. We have to make sure that there still is no pass, no play. House Bill 72 that came out in 1986 requires that if you are not passing, you are not eligible to participate.
No, and I get that, but we've already established that report cards don't probably reflect a whole lot of what's going on with testing. And I'm not suggesting
Right.
that a kid that does poorly on a one-day test should be punished. I'm just wondering how that communication flows between both y'all's departments in case a kid's identified as needing some remedial courses or something that could potentially interfere with band time or something. How's all that worked out?
We make sure and that we take that a really kind of a moment or in essence a pride for us because we do know that a lot of the times our kids are going to be in the top 10, not just top 10, top 10%. And the equivocal denominator is that we've had some of those kids since 5th grade. And we've seen what they do, where they go, where they grow, and what their growth is. And we keep in contact. We see those kids. Because a lot of those kids are very competitive in the nature of what they're doing. And so I'll know sometimes that, some of these kids are going back and forth between, valedictorian, salutatorian, and those kind of things. So we look at a lot of that stuff with those kids to make sure. And also, I don't have it with me, but if ever at any point it was brought to my attention, we want to see grades, not just from a report card level. We can break down how our kids, what they do with STAR and end of course, any of those things. And I can say even right now, just off the top of my head, we have probably a 90% passing rate on all the kids on pretty much everything, to be quite honest. And that's something we do monitor quite often within everything I'm talking from whether we have them in the 5th grade through 6th grade and the staff all the way through. It's a moment of pride. We'll tell a kid, hey man, you're real close. You're 3rd right now. You might, get on the horse and getting after it. You might push this kid down and be 2nd, and it's like a draft. The higher you go up, the more money you get. So, get after it. So, and that's what we do. And then of course, when there is intervention needed, we got the smartest kids in school. You're not good at math, she's great at math. You get to go hang out for a little while and get some tutoring time in, and we do that quite a bit. Yes, sir.
Does that same communication take place kind of with the athletic department also?
Oh, yeah.
I just wondered.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah, before with other athletic directors, and I'll speak also with Mr. He's not here, but I'll speak for him also. We kept very much in contact with kids that we shared or any of those kind of things, like, hey, little Johnny's not doing real well in this subject, whatever like that. And I know he's your starting, linebacker, and he's our, top second trumpet player, and we need to get on this kid with stuff. So we work very well in conjunction, absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
So hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the out-of-state travel, to Florida for the HMP High School band in the summer of 2026? So moved. Motion made by Joe Mireles. Second. David, motion made by second by David Garcia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now moving on to item 7D, Coastal Bend College Dual Credit Program Memorandum of Understanding for 25-26 academic year, can be found on pages 42 to 64. Dr. Besanais.
Thank you, Board President. The dual credit enrollment MOU between Coastal CBC and KISD needs to be renewed for this year. Administration recommends that we approve, the Board of Trustees approves this MOU between KISD and CBC. I did reach out to Dr. Sandoval, who does oversee this, and he said there have been no changes from the year before.
Then why is there so much in red? I mean, we've got, like, okay, on page 43.
I did see that, sir. It says each party shall solely be responsible for the legal
and
pieces.
There's some, it looks like there has been some editing done to this and some changes made. And my question was, who made the changes and have they been thoroughly reviewed?
Mr. Maddox, did you have a chance to review this, sir?
No, Doctor, I don't believe so.
What we can do, we can wait to, I don't know if those were made in error, meaning that they were supposed to be deleted and the changes were accepted, or it's just part of the changes that had to go back and forth and reviewed. When I asked the question to Dr. Zavala, was like, is there anything, are there additional fees, is there a cost to the district? And the answer was no, but I had not looked at the red edits.
And the reason it caught my eye is that there's quite a few, and then when we get to our page 54, written over their number, there's quite a bit of change regarding what our counselors are now required to do, and what their counselors are required to do. And I just want to make sure that that's not adding any kind of undue burden on our counselors. It's not already not being done.
Board has an option, if you prefer, you can approve it pending administrative review. That way it doesn't have to come back to the board if it passes muster by both parties.
So do we have a motion to approve pending legal and administrative review?
So moved.
Second. Motion made by Brian, second made by Martin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7E, District of Innovation Plan Amendments. Dr. Holt.
Dr. Garcia, Board President, members of the board, we come to you tonight with an amendment. DOI was established 2 years ago, and the first year we'll go over what was proposed, and then last year it had some changes in July, and we'll go over those as well. On June the 10th, I had come to you with, in the workshop, to go over the District of Innovation. So in 2015, House Bill 1842, actually, the Texas Education Code created the District of Innovation, which gives independent schools a little bit more flexibility available on certain types of exemptions. The reason for District of Innovation would include the fact that there was more, excuse me, that's not one. This one?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
I'm pushing it, it's going nowhere. Local control, more customization, autonomy, and flexibility within the district on certain types of exemptions. Although there are a number of exemptions, KISD chose the ones that you see before you: uniform school start date, minimum minutes of instruction in school daily, teacher certification, 90% rule, and school health advisory council. We are only seeking an amendment to 2 of those exemptions tonight. When I brought this before you June 10th, we were looking at, currently the Texas Code requires all teachers to hold a teaching certification issued by the State Board of Education. In December 2022, you voted at the initiation of the District of Innovation Plan. You voted to have CTE and STEM considered for exemption under teacher certification. In July of 2024, you expanded that to the core areas K through 12 and fine arts more specified.
Exemptions are not allowed and have not been allowed for special education, bilingual ESL, and pre-K. On June the 10th, we went over the following, and there will be some changes, and I'll explain why. But in June of 2025, early on June the 10th, we looked at the STEAM courses, which would, again, ensure that we would have fine arts included. We also talked about LOT, which is languages other than English, so your Spanish, anything like that. Currently, we do have a DOI teacher in one of those. Retain core exemptions, K through 12, career and technical education or CTE, added innovative courses and dual credit as long as we were credentialing by the standards of the partnering colleges, which is required in the MOUs as well. Since that date, and that wasn't very long ago, I realize, since that date, House Bill 2 was handed down June the 4th, and upon looking at all the changes that House Bill 2 presented, these are the changes that directly affected, although this is the broad view, by all means, it's very specific in the code, but these are the broad views of what is going to happen with DOI according to TEA. It will prohibit uncertified teachers in foundation courses, reading, math, science, and social studies, and it gives us a phase-out plan. In K through 5, in reading and math, will end in 2026-27. All other grade levels will end in 2027-2028. It requires parental notification when using uncertified teachers. It will allow the commissioner to grant extensions of his choice, his or her choice, through 2029, 2030, but of course we won't know what that is. That will be based on individual decisions by the commissioner. It will prohibit, after this phase out, the way we interpret it, prohibit the use of DOI for uncertified teachers. That will not affect, however, ACP programs and things like that that we also utilize or standard district certifications that we can still use. But based on that information and those changes that are coming forth out of House Bill 2, and knowing what's coming for us, we are now modifying what I presented to you on June the 10th in these specific ways. So we are saying that K-5 exemption that we had requested for all now be only science and social studies and not reading and math. And the leadership team also looked at the testing and the scoring, where we are on that to help make that decision. It would be allowable for one more year, and we always seek, by the way, to hire certified teachers or those teachers that are eligible for a permit under ACP programs. So that is always the case. But we are looking at now with that going away and only allowing us a year to not hire reading and math teachers K through 5, based on what I just stated for this next school year, but to retain the science and social studies areas.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
The parent notification when using uncertified teachers, that's a requirement already.
It is a requirement, but it was allowable as an exemption. It is no longer allowed as an exemption. So I just want to make sure that I read what TEA was putting out.
So these changes are really just for the court, it's not for like people that are teaching CTE or any other classes?
No, ma'am, and we'll get to that. So it really is just for the core areas. They're probably looking at the same testing and information data that we're looking at. Maybe they're thinking that it projects back to this in part. I don't know, because most districts across the state, and I'll give you a website at the end, they have exemptions in here for more than just CTE and STEM classes, as do we. But everybody's gonna have to come back off of that. One of the challenges and one of the reasons we looked at this as a leadership team and going ahead and starting to phase out early is that what we don't want to do is continue to hire DOI teachers. And then we have to, if they do not get certified, then we would have to look at one bulk in a time span of multiple DOIs that might not be certified, and that might be challenging for the district. The second thing we're recommending is a 6 through 12 exemption for only 2025, 2026, because it ends in 27, 28. So we would give that one more year through 6 through 12 for all areas, including reading, math, science, and social studies, but then only one more year, and then we would do away with that, and they would have the same year to be certified as the K-5 exemptions would. Yes.
Question, that K-5 exemption for science and so, and then it says not reading and math. So this year, we're not gonna DOY reading and math.
That's what we're
Do
saying.
you have any currently on DOY?
We have now it won't affect the grandfather in because we'll phase those out.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that. We will just not hire new ones in reading and math only. We'll still hire DOI possibly if needed, if we can't find certified or we can't find ACP, then we'll still hire in science and social studies for elementary. And then we'll continue that. And then 6 through 12 next year, we'll do the same thing we're doing this year, but we'll start phasing that out and not using that.
I was just worried because we have some right now. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, we're not gonna kick them out,
Okay.
but we did go over some things, in our meetings before, and again, I'll go back over that, so we kind of tightened that up because of this ruling. Again, parent notification when using, uncertified teachers, but this will retain, this goes back to your question, Ms. Salinas, retain exemptions for CTE, fine arts, dual credit, and innovative courses. It requires a sunset plan or provision for us to submit of what the plan is gonna be, so this will also be a part of that plan we'll submit to TEA. Also, through the plan, we added several things which we had discussed several weeks before, even the presentation on June the 10th, that we currently do not have in writing specifically how many hours would be required. We're keeping, as a part of the amendment that I did present to you, that we will look for 24 hours in undergraduate or graduate hours in the subject area they will be assigned to. We will not accept less than a minimum of 15. So they will have to come in, even if they are DOI and we keep them, they will have to have at least 15 hours. Participation in at least 30 hours of professional development within the first year of employment. This category is more directed to classroom management and the instruction, which also falls in line with the plan that CNI has for improving schools. Assigned a mentor teacher, that remains the same with a minimum of 3 years that we talked about. The maximum of 1 year to obtain certification. When I presented to you on June the 10th, we said 2 years, but now that this is phasing out more rapidly, or actually we weren't even aware of the phase out, but now that it's phasing out, we want to move that to 1 year to accelerate everybody getting their certification. Contracted as non-certified professionals, that's just to let you know what type of contract they'll be on. Rigorous evaluation by the same criterion as certified teachers, so in other words, the T-test will be the same for them. May require them to present a demonstration lesson to a hiring committee. We also addressed an intern or out-of-state teacher certification. We actually have 2 right now, which I found interesting. They're coming from out of state. So it's a good thing we do this. We don't always have a lot coming from out of state. Actually, more international teachers than that. But we do have 2 right now that have applied and looking to be certified here. So it's a good thing we address that. CTE hiring criteria, which we went over pretty detailed, industry certification, 2 years professional or work experience with some of the high points of that, an associate or higher degree, and then also the implementation, we kept that with the District of Innovation Certification Committee being made up of human resources, curriculum instruction representation, campus principals or administration, and CTE director or coordinator. Do we have any questions on that part before we move to the next exemption amendment? Okay. The next exemption that we're asking for an amendment of is the School Health Advisory Council. It allows the district to decrease the number of meetings and modify the community input required by law. So we went from holding 5 or 6 meetings to holding last year, we held 3 meetings. They have not been well attended, and I'll just speak from my experience here. For the last 4 years, we have not had actually even a council on as far as governance over that council. It's very hard if you go and read districts that are about our size or smaller across the state. They have also proposed what I'm about to propose to you as well. And that is that Kingsville ISD proposes full exemption from the statute. The small size of Kingsville ISD and the community make a SHAC committee redundant, as the members of the community, parents, and teachers are often the same individuals, and the SHAC requirements are restricted for a small district. Again, without even having a chair or a co-chair or any of the officers even being elected or present most of the time, makes it very difficult to run this program. And we feel that there are other ways as leadership that we can still address the curriculum questions that the community has, and maybe offer some health and wellness Saturdays, make sure our postings are richer on the website. So there are things that we're looking at. CNI, this will move to the CNI department as far as governance of SHAC, or at least getting the information that SHAC would have provided.
So, Doctor, don't have a plan in place yet to place, I understand what you're trying to do, but right now there's no formulated plan.
Yes, you know, they're just amending it, right?
Other than, well, if you agree to this, we will make a richer plan, but right now it is to address that through, for example, Max Segovia and Dr. Sandoval held a health and wellness Saturday at one point. It was well attended for a first one. And so we think that's much better than trying to have meetings and only 2 or 3 people show up on an evening. If we can get 2, 3, 500, or hopefully even more of the community involved. Some possibilities of having some trainings online that parents can look at, having the curriculum for health posted, making sure our wellness policies are posted, and we're going through currently revision. So all of those things, although not in a written plan just now, based on not knowing what you'll adopt, all of those things will be plus much more, I'm sure.
So the SHAC meetings are after hours?
They are, they're usually 4:30 to 5:30 or 5 to 6.
Because I know, well, where I work, we had it during the day. We had a big turnout.
In prior districts that I worked in, we had them and we would provide lunch. I will say that those were larger districts, so if you have a district that has 60 schools in it, and you have 30 people that show up, if you still look at that in the broad sense, that's not that many.
We have 5 schools just like Kingsville, and I can honestly say we've got a good 50, 60 people.
That is amazing, so.
It's a lot, it's a big crowd.
We have tried multiple ways to present. We went to all the open houses and handed out brochures and talked to parents. We offered Zoom meetings as well. In fact, one of our, probably our highest attended, I might be speaking, there might have been one other one this year that was a little bit bigger. One of the biggest meetings that we had 17 people in attendance, but 12 of them were actually on Zoom. So we've offered alternative ways, but it has not been attended very well.
So who does parental involvement? Max?
Mr. Segovia does that.
Okay. It's usually the parental involvement that really brings in the parents.
And he attended the meetings as well. Any questions on that? other questions? Our next steps will be, pending your board approval. Then we will submit the GOI to TEA, post the amended GOI on the website as required, review any policy implications, I can't talk tonight, in case there's anything that we do need to revise in policy, and district communication and implementation. So there'll be some training on this, especially with the current DOI staff, with new DOI staff entering and all the PD hours, the certification requirements and tracking them and making sure we follow through with stuff. And the last page is just if you, it's just if you wanted to go and look at other districts of innovation plans, if you go to TEA, then there is a site where you can look at all plans across the state.
Do you have any more questions from the board?
So all of the changes that you just went over are in the policy that we're looking at that has been presented to us.
Yes, sir, and the only thing I changed was that one page based on House Bill 2, information that was just sent to us. That's the only thing I changed even from what was presented to you on June 10th. Everything else remains the same. And it has gone through legal review.
Any more questions? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to accept the recommendations for the District of Innovation Plan as presented by administration?
So moved.
Motion made by Jake Perez, second by Delma Salinas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
We now move on to item 7F, Teal Alternative Approver, Dr. Bessonarias.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board, and Dr. Gama. The background information on the Teal alternate approval is that there are numerous district teams and other Teal system reports that require official approval by a hard deadline. Currently, only the interim superintendent has access to approve those reports. The school board can approve an alternate approver in case the interim superintendent is not able to approve the submission by the deadline. So the interim superintendent would still be the primary approver for the district. But Dr. Peter Pitts has extensive experience with the different Teal submissions that need approval. So the administration is recommending that the board of trustees approve Dr. Peter Pitts as the alternate Teal approval.
What kind of reports would he be approving? But, because
There's PEAN submissions reports that are happening throughout the year. And there's some through SPED as well that we have to submit on the SPPs.
doesn't the SPED director have that?
No, ma'am.
Salinas, can you speak into the mic so they can hear you at home?
Yes.
Okay.
So special ed doesn't do her own submission?
She does her submission, but the final going up to the Teal piece has to go through, we would go down to Dr. Bettis and tell her to do it, the grants. But Dr. Pitts does do all of the budget pieces, and so he typically has to submit to all we're requesting is to have a second approver.
So like, who does all the federal grants and all that? Because I mean, I did it and we other.
Right, so Dr. Pitts and Dr. Sandoval do all the grants, and so they do submit, but typically he would send them, I guess, to Dr. Bettis at that time, so we're asking just to have a second alternate.
So what would happen and what this came to be is that we realized that the single user was being used by multiple people, which I believe is actually, so we want to make sure that if I'm not able to submit for whatever reason, the person that is logging on is the actual person. So that would be Dr. Pitts rather than using my username and somebody else using it. If that makes sense?
Yeah.
It is a problem, yes.
But in other districts, you have several people.
Yeah, so we're asking for a second user at this moment in time to make sure that we are showing whoever is actually submitted as the actual submission.
I think everyone
So
should
the
have their own
number
Teal
of reports
account.
being shared or the Teal?
Well, I don't think it was being shared. I think,
a share, I mean, what I mean is, I could get it from you, Dane, or something, if it was.
I think it would be done with permission. I don't want to miss the
Yeah, I understand
yes.
that, yeah. I understand
We
that.
want to make sure that in the future, if somebody else, it still can be used like that, like Dr. B and I can sit together and we can submit, right, on my behalf, but if somebody's gonna come in on a Sunday to submit something, we
Right.
want to make sure that it's the
That's
person, and that's
designated by.
designated.
Right.
yes.
And I believe that, but I think everyone should have their own deal account, like if you're a SPEDA director, you submit your reports. If I'm the federal programs director, I do my grants, my reports, my, whatever it is.
And we can look into that, yeah.
Right, there's multiple, I know,
Very
submissions.
confusing.
Yes, so we want to make sure, we want to move to make sure that whoever is submitting, whatever they're responsible for is actually the person that is logging on and submitting.
And you know what, Dr. Garcia, is because whomever submits it, you're gonna be the one to receive notification from DEA.
Yes.
So say I'm the special ed director, but you're the superintendent submitting all these reports. And if you don't tell me what came in, then we may not meet the deadline.
Yes,
So
I've
I
been
think that's
forwarding a
why
lot of
it's very
emails.
important for
She's been forwarding a lot of
every
emails.
person to do their own.
That's why I've been forwarding a lot of
Yeah,
emails,
it's
yes.
like, wow.
So I think our recommendation should be, if we approve this, at least one alternate approval, but I think it needs to be brought again to the board where everyone that has a submission report have their own teal accounts. I think we need to, so but we can't do that now, right, Nick? Because it's not presented in the description. We have to kind of bring it back to have everyone have their own teal account, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
And the superintendent can give a permission, and they go to Pete. and they get their own team account. You know, because really and truly, I mean, I would hate to be in that position, because to me, it sounds like it's micromanaging. So, you're overseeing everything.
So does it require board approval or no?
Not to apply, no, sure.
So Dr. Gama Garcia can essentially give them access.
We can decide, I still want to let you know who has access to Teal. I think it's important for the board to know, so once we decide who are the folks that need accounts, we will present that back to the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at this time, is there a motion to accept recommendations made by administration on an alternate approval?
So moved.
Motion made by Brian, second. Second made by Joe Mireles. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We now move on to item 7G, which was formerly 7D, discussion of possible action regarding the efficiency audit. Can be found on pages 31 and 38. Mr. Josh Haney from OKC will join us via Zoom.
Hello, can I just get confirmation that y'all can see my screen and hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Well, again, sorry, apologies that I couldn't join y'all in person for this meeting. I'm coming to you live from the Texas Rural Educator Association Conference. So thanks for accommodating me with this virtual presentation. If y'all will recall, during my last presentation with y'all, we kind of walked through the requirements around a TRE and efficiency audit, what an efficiency audit does, what our process is for providing that. I'm going to, just in the interest of time, I'm going to focus this evening on the impact of a TRE and sort of again the options available to you through that process. So again, I believe I presented this last time, but just kind of recap, you all currently levy 1383 cents within your total allowed number of pennies in tier 2. You can see in that gray box there, you have 17 cents total in tier 2 portion of your M&O tax rate that districts can levy. You guys had previously gone out for a TRE prior to House Bill 3 back in 2019. House Bill 3 in 2019 compressed your 17 cents down to 1383. And so you now have an option to go back out and sort of readopt the remaining 0.0317 cents under that 17 cent cap. So that's sort of the statutory framework. and the historical context leading up to this moment. Again, I talked about last time the TRE timeline. You will need to select the auditor, generally speaking, 4 months prior to the election. That would be July 4th, given that the election is November 4th. Going for a TRE does move up your tax rate adoption timeline. You need to adopt your tax rate and order the election 78 days before the election date. So we'll be making sure that you all meet all of those timelines. If you were not going out for a TRE, you would have until September 30th to adopt your tax rate. And then the results of the audit must be posted to your website a month before the election, and you must discuss the results of the audit at some point in a public meeting before the election date. As I mentioned last time, generally we advise y'all to have that open meeting to correspond with the time in which you publish the results to your website. So again, around a month before the election, but you do have some flexibility there on when that open meeting is held. And of course, all of this would be leading up to the November uniform election date listed there. You can see here the impact to your maintenance and operations revenues. Again, you guys have, I apologize, that slide should read 13.83 cents in tier 2. You have the option to go up to 17 cents in tier 2. This would be sort of permanently going up to 17 cents. And then those 17 cents would sort of persist in your tax rate going forward, your M&O tax rate going forward. You can see the impact here. It would increase tax collections by just over $300,000. The state would, generally speaking, in school finance, as you adopt additional pennies in your tax rate, the state does match those to a certain extent. That would be true in this case. The state would kick in around another $200,000. So a total impact for the additional pennies would be, you're looking at around $500,000. There were some questions around the impact of defeasance and all that. I'm going to save those. I need to understand Dr. Pitts is out this meeting. I want to sort of go through some of the specific details on that. But with him, before we get into a public presentation of that, but generally speaking, there is a within Senate Bill 4 and Senate Bill 23 that were passed this last session, will go to the voters in November. There is a new provision in both of those bills that would, if the district moves forward with an INS rate that includes revenues above the minimum debt payment per your debt schedule, that could result in the state sort of clawing back certain portions of your INS state aid. And so I just kind of want to describe that generally for you. That is part of, again, Senate Bill 4 and Senate Bill 23. That still needs to be approved by voters in November, and we still need guidance from the agency on a couple of different technical aspects of that bill, when the agency will determine when you have a surplus. We don't know exactly how that determination will be made, and just sort of the specifics of that calculation. Those are all sort of key questions on what exactly the impact will be if you do decide to move forward with the defeasance. The agency has only addressed the elements of House Bill 2 related to the teacher retention allotment. The agency hasn't put out any other guidance or addressed the elements in Senate Bill 4 or some of the tax rate elements elsewhere that were considered this session. We understand further guidance will come in July, I think, is the latest timeline we got from agency staff on those items. So
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So layman's terms, what you're saying is school districts by these that are still have to be passed by voters school districts will be penalized for paying off their debt earlier? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if I could, I mean, I'm just kind of play devil's advocate again. Obviously, I personally, and as a firm, we're not supportive of that particular policy. But if I'm, sort of playing devil's advocate there and articulating the other side of the argument, they would say you're overtaxing your taxpayers. You need to adopt a rate that is in line with the bonds that were approved by the taxpayers. Of course, I absolutely recognize the long-term benefits for your taxpayers of defeasance, right? You avoid all these future interest costs, and I fully support it as a debt management strategy. But that would be sort of how I think the other side would frame their argument around the use of defeasance.
Thank you.
I've got a question also.
Yes.
2025 is not a traditional election year. But you're saying there have been some Senate bill, something enacted requiring a state election in November of 2025.
Correct. Yeah. There's a number of different what are called joint resolutions that were passed. So Senate Bill 4 has a corresponding joint resolution that will be approved as a constitutional amendment this November. That amendment will increase, for example, the homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000. Senate Bill 23 will increase a similar kind of exemption, but just for over 65 and disabled taxpayers, currently at $10,000. If approved, would go up to $60,000. And those two kind of stack on top of each other. So if you're over 65 and disabled, and you have a house less than $200,000, assuming both of those pass, you would be fully exempt from school property taxes. And there's a number of other resolutions as well. Those are just the two main ones.
So if we were to do a GRE, it would have to piggyback on that election, correct?
Correct. It would be on the same ballot for your voters. Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing else. There's no municipal, there's no national, there's no other state. I mean, nobody's running for anything. It's just going to be like as if they're constitutional amendment type elections. Correct?
Whether or not there's other elections, I don't know. That's going to depend on the other entities in your area.
Well, I'm telling you, Kingville, there's not. So if I understand TRA, I understand, but it's not easy to get the general public to understand it. It's not, and it's the general public sees tax increase, move, shift, and in their minds, something's going haywire. Why? They're already all hacked off over property values. What the hardest thing to explain to them is that this has got a benefit to them. Their school taxes are actually going down tremendously because of the move to 140 and even I don't know what happened to the 200, but at one point that was being touted also. So we've got absolutely no impact to them whatsoever. If anything, it's going to be a decrease, especially if we're going to be forced to pull down our INS to match what our true debt schedule is going to be. So they're actually going to see a savings from all of this. But they're not going to see it that way. They're going to see tax and TRA. So there's a huge educational process that has to take place between the board members, between the school staff, and in the community. It is a huge educational process to explain to them why this is being done.
I would. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to agree with you. I think, our firm can help with some of that communication. I would agree where I think you were going with that in terms of focusing on the impact to the levy of an average homestead, for example, right? We can sort of calculate that average homestead in your district with the homestead exemption in place at the post TRE rate, and sort of prove out to your community that once you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, what that true impact is, and not isolating just on one particular change.
Gotcha. The part of this, when it was presented back in the workshop, that appealed to me was the whole efficiency of it. Because I think that's something that's going to benefit this district, whether we do a TRA or not. I truly believe that. I have a hard time believing that we're going to be able to get a TRA approved, whether we go ahead and have the election. I don't know. I think a lot of that would depend upon the cost that would be incurred upon us. But if we had no intention whatsoever of doing the TRE, could we still engage the efficiency audit?
Yes. The only thing I'd say is for the efficiency audit requirement, we have to follow very specific guidelines from the state. And those specific guidelines, in my personal opinion, I think there is good analysis that's done with those guidelines. But if I was on a school board and wanting to really dig into our efficiency, I think there may be additional metrics, additional lenses through which I'd want to conduct the analysis, right? So,
I understand what you're putting down.
Yeah. So again, I'm not saying the state required efficiency audit is not useful. I think it has a lot of good information in there. But I think maybe there's an opportunity to do an efficiency audit plus or something in addition to that to more directly, I think, answer and address some of the concerns you may be looking for, right? So I think I'd encourage y'all to look at those LBB guidelines. I think we linked to them in our last slide deck, and if you need them to need me to reshare, I'd be happy to. But just take a minute to, and they're also published on the LBB's website, but take a minute, look at those, see the kind of information that would be generated through the state efficiency audit. And then we're happy to share some example efficiency audits we've prepared in the past. So that way you can kind of really see what you'll be getting out of that process. The other thing, a thought occurred, going back to your previous question on how you would sell this efficiency audit, or sort of what the messaging would be. I think one key point, coming out of House Bill 2 is, you had dedicated funding in House Bill 2 for teacher raises. You had dedicated funding for certain support staff. You do not have dedicated funding in House Bill 2 for teachers, for example, with 0 to 2 years of experience. I mean, they can get some of that money from the support staff retention allotment, but that retention allotment for support staff is not. I don't think it's going to go as far as a lot of districts would have liked. And so, there are elements in House Bill 2 that provide dedicated raises, but they don't cover the entirety of your staff, right? So I think that can be part of the story, part of the communication that occurs around this TRE is this can help position the district to, provide to support all of the hardworking staff that you guys have in Kingsville. And so that would be, I think one piece of the puzzle as we lead up to Election Day. Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? All right, I have a question for legal. Are we required to read the resolution, Mr. Maddox?
No, Mr. President, it's in the board book and part of our public documents.
Okay. So hearing that, do we have a motion to accept the discussion, possible action regarding the efficiency audit? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Jacob Bettis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Joe Mireles. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So now I'm on to item number 8, closed session. The board will enter into closed session in accordance with Texas Opens Meeting Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074 to deliberate and consider the following. Item 8A, consider and deliberate regarding the resignation / retirement of contracted employee, Director of Special Education. Item B, consider and deliberate regarding an additional attendance compliance officer position. Item 8C, consider and deliberate regarding an additional speech language pathologist position. Item 8D, consider and deliberate regarding the applications for Kingsville ISD superintendent position and applicants to be interviewed. And item 8E, discussion with legal counsel regarding legal and personnel matters. No action will be taken, and we will enter into until we return to open session. We are entering closed session at 8:10 p.m. And I'd like to us babble. You can now please go home and enjoy your time. Thank you.
Your summer
We are now returned to open session to take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We are returning to open session at 9:43 PM. So going on to item 9A, discussion and possible action regarding the resignation / retirement of campus employee director of special education. Is there a motion to accept the resignation, retirement? Motion made by Delma, second.
Second.
Second by Joe Mireles. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 9B, discussion and possible action regarding the additional attendance compliance officer position. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by David Garcia.
Second.
Second by Jacob Perez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 9C, discussion and possible action regarding the additional speech language pathologist position. Is there a motion? Motion made by Delma Salinas. Second by Martin Chapa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 9D, discussion and possible action of the number of applicants to be interviewed for Kingsville ISD superintendent. I don't know if there's a vote on that. Is there, Nick?
No action needed.
No action needed, okay. There being no further action, I do here adjourn this meeting, and we are adjourning the meeting at 9:44 PM.
Amen.